Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. I am modding Skyrim. I think you figured that out by now. So where I left off, uh, we were working out why synthesis wasn't working, and I will tell you. You need to download if you don't already have it on your computer. Probably should have left it open. Your .NET. Not just .NET. It's hold up. .NET SDK. Right. So just download the latest .NET SDK. And then ChatGPT didn't actually really know how to use synthesis, so I've been showing it some screenshots, show it kind of what's in there, and it figured it out pretty darn quickly, which is good. So now I'm on the same path as ChatGPT. Sorry, the same page as ChatGPT. All right, so that kind of catches you up to where I am for the most part. The next thing I'm going to show you is what to do in synthesis to get to the patcher that we're looking for. So what you're going to do, so your main page is going to look like this, except there's not going to be anything in here when you first open synthesis. You're going to go to this Git repository. That's a repository on GitHub that holds the different patchers, okay? First, use this search function, water. This one in particular, we're doing water for EMB patcher, right? So I would select that and I press plus. That will add it to my list in my synthesis. If for some reason you do not see it under browse, click input, and then you're going to find the path to the actual website, which would look something like this, right? So, Control V, it'll be github.com, and then it'll be probably whoever's modding, and then what they're calling the mod, right? And then you can also add that to particular projects if you want. My project is all going to be the same thing as far as I know right now. I'm working on the Skyrim Max project, so I don't really need to name it or put aside a project. I'll do that later if necessary. Here's also that path. When you do go browse and you find what you want, action speed X or whatever, then you bring it in with the plus sign. Sorry, I keep jumping back and forth. Action speed X, I want that, and then there's the plus sign down there, right? You click that, bring it in, and then it'll also show you the repository path for later. All right. Let's see. For now, leave everything on this versioning page exactly as it is. Right, this here, we're not going to click run yet, it's saying. Blah, 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 blah. Next, click the settings tab next to versioning. All right. This one? No. Group. I'm still learning it too. Next to versioning. Settings. Edit. Someone's screaming at their computer right now. It's right there. This settings? Hold on. Settings tab next to versioning. Oh, right there. Settings. All right, and then it wants to see what's in here. Go ahead and show it that much. So that's the thing, part of it that changed, part of the window that changed. Got some background music on today. It's probably copyrighted. I'm not trying to make money off this per se. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and set up a buy me a coffee. That's how you'll know that you found me. Okay. Something like that. All right. I'll set this up later. Cool. Ignore identical winning override, water for EMD mod name, keep that. That's the correct shades of Skyrim plugin variant. Mods to skip, leave the defaults alone, do not click run yet, because synthesis is designed around a two-phase MO2 workflow. The next step is to close synthesis. Add it to MO2, which I have, and then launch it through MO2. Cool. So let's just close it. Apparently it'll be there. Alright. I had already added it to my MO2, if you remember from the last session. Get a new EXE associated with Skyrim, I automatically add it. First time it's initializing through MO2, so this will take just a moment. So hang in there for about 5 minutes. Maybe you find something to do. Drop back in. May take a few minutes for this to load up for the first time. It should be able to reuse it, yes. Hey, in the meantime, I actually have... Excuse me. Sorry, iPhone users. I have a list of like 47 other mods that I need to review to see if I want to add them to the Skyrim Max mod list. These other mods are... they're not just mods. They actually change the actual game engine or override or bypass it in order to improve parts of the game engine with modern game engine standards or some amount of modernizing. So, what I'm on my phone here. I'm gonna select tabs, select all, share. And I'm going to go ahead and share that with myself, which is nice because now I can delete all these tabs from my phone. And then I'm going to go ahead and go. Oh, yeah, of course they're going to be barking while I'm on the computer. Hold up, wait a minute. Hey. Come here. Come here, right now. What's happening? Come here. Get. Go. Oh, those dogs of mine. Alright. I don't know about this. Synthesis is taking a while to load up. That's okay. Let's keep moving. Let's keep learning, huh? We're gonna go ahead and just open literally all of these. Some of these are just mods that I want to add to the list. I already know they're not modifications to the game engine itself. That's a lot. Yeah, so this bypasses the sound capability, or sorry, the sound. I don't know how to explain this properly with proper terminology, but it bypasses the way the engine gives you sound. So instead of just stereo, it gives you a better 3D feeling. So if you do have stereo speakers, just 2 of them, that's great. If you're wearing a headset, then you'll get true 3D surround. And if you have a surround sound system in your game room, office, wherever you're playing this, then it should work as well. I think it's basically Dolby 5.1, something like that. Let's go over here. I already have some of these, by the way. I don't want that. I want this. Okay, so I do have SRD. That's going to be this one. One of these. There's SRD. I thought I had SRD. Let's go here. Go to Yep, got that. This headings thing, so annoying. I don't want headings, I want results, just results. So I think Material Swapper, is a like a baseline to other mods. So what I'm going to start doing now, I'm just going to go ahead and start a new chat. Nope, not like that actually. I'm going to start a new chat here. Close enough. That's important. It might be a little loud right next to the microphone. So yeah, this is essentially it. That's the explanation for Material Swapper framework. What it does is it swaps the material kind of based on environments, basically, or certain situations. So it's dynamic and situational swapper for materials, or basically kind of like textures. Automatic conditional application to actors and interface gen support. Says that weapon support is technically functioning, although not fully exposed to the UI yet. It says not in a 1.0 state. Okay, well, I guess that's good to know. It says don't use it in AI source code. Well, I'm using it to, I'm using AI to learn about it, but no, I'm not doing that. I don't care that it's in basically like a beta version. It's out. I'm going to use it. I'm going to put this. We're going to try it. I'm sure it's better than vanilla Skyrim. Right, I've got a few kind of like accelerators for saving and loading. I think they do slightly different things. I'm gonna put and. I could put versus. For sure, I have J containers, by the way, already. Check out RaySense, it'll blow your mind. If nothing else from this, just check out RaySense if you don't want to sit around for the rest of the video. I think the rest of this is meh. Just see if these touch the same part of the framework. Yep, whether they overlap. That's exactly why I put that in here. Complementary, not competing. Cool. And let's go there. Okay, maybe I don't. So what JContainers does is it allows JSON to interrupt Papyrus through SKSE. I think that's the way to say that. And basically, it just allows additional scripting types to interact. So JContainers belongs in this list. Let's see. Shoot. I gotta find that again. And let's put that here. This is going to be a little bit more complicated, if you will. We're going to go ahead and add that into the list. See something. Core Impact Framework is, if you didn't know, being updated. There's a 2.0 version, but it is in pre-release. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so simplest way to think about CIF is that Skyrim normally asks, something got hit. What generated impact effect do I play? Kind of simple, right? You have a hitbox, and you have an item hitting it. And there are, it definitely asks, it says, it kind of oversimplifies this. No, it doesn't, now that I think about it. If you hit anything with anything, like any weapon, except I think maybe an arrow, it pretty much plays the same sound, right? But Core Impact Framework is a framework for impact, and it is the core. It replaces Skyrim's core framework for impacts, and so it allows the game engine, or rather, I guess it probably allows an extension of the game engine, its own coding, to ask who attacked whom, right? So certain characters are going to sound a certain way, so when they get hit, instead of the generic male or female or it's going to change those sounds based off of the voice actor for that actual character. With what? What did you hit them with? A pickaxe? Did you hit a rock with a pickaxe, or did you hit some metal with a pickaxe? Did you hit a piece of wood with a hammer, or did you hit a nail into a piece of wood with a hammer? Where did it hit? Did you hit their shield? That's going to make a specific clink sound. Did you hit their pauldron? That's going to make a specific clink sound. Did you hit their arm? That with a hammer or with a mallet, a warhammer, it's probably going to make a crunching sound, right? And also, you know, what is covering that body part? I kind of just went over that. Yeah, what is the material that is there? Did you hit a leather pauldron? A leather chest piece? Did you hit a steel chest piece? Did you hit an ebony chest piece? Well, they can make different sounds. And was it blocked? Because blocking and parrying may make a different sound than just getting hit on a shield, say. Was it a power attack, right? So it's going to be a deeper, harder, smashing sound. Hello, love the mod Core Impact, especially for VR, I bet. You should check out this new mod that makes followers smarter, Marth follower overhaul. I'm definitely going to add that to the list of things to check out. That comes from the chat. So Marth, follower overhaul. Okay, thank you very much. Right, so I don't need to go through every single one of these, but you get the idea of what Core Impact Framework is. And now there's a Core Impact Framework 2.0. Let me see if that's latest version 2.0.3. Okay, yeah. So I do not need to. Let's go 2.0, and I can go ahead and get rid of that. Awesome. Actor limit fix. I think you can guess what this does. There's a limit to how many actors can be in a single place at a time, not just how many can exist at one time. What this does is it allows them to all exist, populate, and rub shoulders, if you will, without stacking, doing weird things. And it basically makes the physics look better when there's a whole lot of characters. So we definitely want that. Actually, I don't know if I actually already have it. Actor limit. Let's do. Just kind of thinking, where should it go in my list? I think it's easier to just kind of put all of these like J containers and all this kind of stuff. Core Impact Framework. Well, I think I have Core Impact Framework somewhere else, but pretty much just put them all right by SKSE. They kind of are. They're not doing the same thing, but they're improving the engine. Yep, more NPCs in a cell. It also, I think it actually has a little bit more to it. So note that there are still only so many within, say, like a 4x4 cell, right? So what it also does is it allows those actors to basically push the other actors outside that cell rather than up above them or down into the map. But yeah, that's the simple way of saying it, which I overcomplicate things, so I appreciate that. Plugin aims to put an end to incompatibilities between UI mods and an easy-to-use framework allowing customization per UI element. In other words, whatever ChatGPT says, because I read it last night and I'm tired. I might actually already have this. No, I don't. So what I want, interesting. Some very useful mods, things. Right. Well, nothing I have right now calls for Infinity UI. It doesn't hurt to have it. Well, I guess technically it can hurt. But it's a framework for other UI to replace only parts of your other UI. That's interesting. Just notice that how that like grows into its spot. I like that. What is Dragon's Eye minimap? Let's take a look. Okay. Use a few options for what it's going to look like. I mean, I really prefer my minimap right now. That's it. It is immersive. That's really cool. I already have mine designed to be, well, I guess it's not designed to be immersive. Because I have to bring up my minimap. I use the comma button since it's next to M, because M for map. I like logical key binding. Controllable in game, compatible with blah blah blah, holding the control key. Yeah, I already have this. If I press the comma button, it'll pop up. If I press it again, it goes away. If I open up map with M, but I'm in a local area like inside of here, then it's going to, or in a town, then it's going to show my mini map in the middle of the map just like that. So I've already kind of designed that, and my mini map is more colorful and does not have a border. It kind of fades into the background, so it's less intrusive, a little bit more immersive, if you will. It's very good, and I think that Infinity UI is really cool. It's going to be really useful for certain mods. It is not a framework that I need. It's not really going to impact the game that I have designed right now, or the way I've designed the game right now. Upscaler. What this does is it enables, I'm not going to put this in here. What this does is it enables Skyrim's engine to take advantage of certain capabilities from your GPU that it may not have previously. And it is definitely something that I'm going to add. Because it should improve frame rate and overall improve the capability for the game to display all the mods that I have without stuttering and other issues. Cursed monitoring. Okay, so what this does is it monitors for recursive looping. So when you write a script, you can make it loop back around to the beginning of the script. But if you don't have something that says, like, and if this, I'm not really a developer, but and if this, what's the word I'm looking for? Condition. And if this condition is met, then the loop stops. So what happens is if you have this loop that just keeps going and you get multiple of those, then what happens is it just keeps using up memory. It keeps using up your CPU, your GPU, whatever, until you may get a crash. And what this does is it monitors for that. It'll cancel those loops if they basically go for too long. So we want that because we don't want crashes from infinite loops from scripting. From scripts, whatever you want to say. However you want to say it. Good. Okay, so AMR is really interesting. So let's see here. You have DAR, OAR, MAR. So we do this. We go OAR versus no. DAR is first. Oh wait. OAR versus AMR. It knows we're talking about Skyrim. It's going to figure out what that means, and I'm pretty sure it's going to lay out the difference between them and why you might want one over the other. Right now, I would choose OAR for okay, DAR if you just really are sticking with older animations that you want replaced with. Sorry, if you want vanilla animations replaced with some of the older animation mods and you just really like them, use DAR. OAR, I would say choose OAR if you want a really great animation replacer that has a whole lot of support and is being used a lot right now. Choose AMR for the newest one. It's going to allow for, you can use OAR and AMR, and then you can use DAR and AMR. I think that's how that works. I don't think that you can really use these together. One's going to end up overriding the other, basically. So AMR doesn't have as many animation replacers yet, but yeah, it's really interesting. So open animation replacer is effectively a modern successor to DAR. That's what I said. So when you see blah blah blah. Okay, so this part's the important part. OAR answers which animation should I play, right? This is a replacer for animations that already exist in vanilla. AMR answers a different question. In what way should I play that animation? So how should that animation physically move the actor through the world? Think about it as if you're doing a lunge with a sword. Open animation replacer says this is what that looks like. AMR says, okay, but if there's a slope, then have the person go down the slope with the lunge. Don't just play the lunge animation in the straight line that it was originally designed to do. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good explanation. If there's a wall in front of the player, you can program it in so that the lunge animation doesn't just lunge at the wall. It goes, oh, there's a wall right there. It'll start the lunge animation and then maybe do an interruption animation, like, oh, I booped into the wall. So AMR, pretty freaking cool. Let's go ahead and, you know what? I'm actually going to go ahead and place that. Right here. I'm going to place it under open animation replacer. Oop, keep doing that. Okay. So physics editor. So the first thing that we saw in Skyrim for modifying, let's say, humanoids was the way that they were built, the amount of polygons they had, and the texture of, say, the skin or scales or fur or whatever. The next thing that we had, basically, looking at this kind of chronologically for big steps, big milestones, if you will. The next thing we had was, okay, and upgraded armor, clothing, etc. Right. The next thing we saw was I believe SMP. Okay, which would be clothing now flops in the wind. Let's put it that way, right? If you move, then the clothing moves realistically. It adds physics to cloth, and not just cloth, but flexible fabrics and flexible items in the game. Okay, HDT SMP, higher definition, faster HDT SMP. Allows for variation in speed of how those things flop around, and now we have physics editor. So take this, do explain like I'm 5. Explain it like I'm 5 years old. So that way I can not sit here and explain this for 10 years while you wait and listen to me. Okay, this one's going to talk about boobs. Not for kids. I did not mark this this video as for kids. Yeah, it's kind of going over what I said before. Yep. Let's go faster HTT SMP. I took it and made it much better and faster. Right, that's what I had said. That it has 40 little pieces: gravity, collision, bending, inertia. Cloth moves around realistically. Physics editor. What it does is it handles collisions and other things between the HTT SMP objects. It also allows for the switching between SMP, HTT SMP, a hybrid of them. It can turn it off, whatever is necessary to make it behave systematically in a way that makes sense, basically. It can say that CVPC is going to handle simple physics, body movement, collision, while FSMP, when both of these might handle both of them, now FSMP is only going to handle fancy physics. Physics, things that need physics applied that have more complicated math is what fancy physics means. And hair, right? Because there's so many different little pieces of the hair that now this is going to work better than that, right? So it allows the game to choose, not the game, but it chooses which of these different physics engines basically handle different objects and how they interact as they're moving around, right? If that makes sense. It's clear as mud. Physics editor, awesome. Love the mod that adds physics. I still hope someone adds physics to Apache Hair eventually, right? Apache Hair has so many endorsements and so many unique downloads. You'd think that by now someone would have done that. There may be some kind of limit with the way that Apache Hair is made, that it might have to be completely remade in order to make a physics mod for it. It might. I'm just saying, I don't know, but that might be why no one's done it so far, if I had to guess. Let's do this faster. That right there. And put this right here. Okay. Flex SMP. Honestly, this can be as complicated or simple as we want to explain it. So, one thing it does is it allows you to actually edit in game. That's the big thing with Flex. It allows you to choose your presets, make it more or less bouncy, if you will. Threading controls, automatic management of how many actors actually get full physics, right? So if you're getting performance issues, you can go, oh, I want, I still want the minimum amount of actors to be 5, but I'm going to bring the maximum amount from 20 down to 10 and see if that resolves, stuttering from the physics causing that. I don't need Flex SMP as far as I know. You might need it if you download the Skyrim Max mod list. The reason why is if I build this for a computer, if I have a computer that can run Skyrim Max as is with faster HTT SMP, and then you have a computer, hypothetically, that doesn't have as much capability, and you find that it's stuttering and not doing so well, and it turns out it's really just the physics collisions and everything else are too high, then you might want Flex SMP to be able to change some of those settings so that it can, so that the physics can work better on your computer. Or maybe you have a better computer than I do. And Flex SMP, you can crank all that stuff all the way up or all the way down, whatever is considered better, and really make all the physics seem way more realistic than what my computer can do. So Flex SMP, very powerful, really cool, allows you to basically mod in the game. Not necessarily something that I need, and like ChatGPT said, something to keep an eye on. All right, no grass and objects. This is really, really cool. What it will do is see how there's kind of like a weird collision with the meshes here. Like this grass right here is growing down below the rock and then somehow growing out of the rock. What this does is it just removes things that shouldn't be growing there. It'd be one thing if some grass were growing up out of here and sprouting up over the rock, but it's another thing when it's just growing up through the rock. Sometimes this looks better because you can't tell right there so much, but you can tell right here. Sometimes it looks worse, so you get rid of it. Let's see. Which one is before and after? That's before. Okay. You can look right here at this rock. There's grass growing out of the rock, which doesn't make any sense. Here's after. The grass grows around the rock, which does make sense. The wall, you'll see that there's some grass growing not just around the wall and covering a lot of it, but some grass growing literally out of the wall. And here you'll see that the grass does not originate like inside the wall. I wouldn't say out of, I should say inside of. There you go. It's set up as wigs. So if you took the same meshes, the same textures and everything, and then set them up as something other than, the wig dot file. I can't remember the file type. And you change the file type, and then Yeah, I don't know how that would work. 'Cause I guess it would make every character bald with a wig, right? Rather than. Yeah, I'm not totally sure, but I'm sure you got to change all the file types first, or hats or helmets or who. Oh, got it. Yeah, yeah. You're gonna have to change the file type, and then ensure that they're all aligned properly, and then you can start applying physics to them potentially. This is really good. I think I want this. It may limit the amount of grass that you have in some areas, but I'm looking for something more realistic for that immersion. So I think no grass in objects is going to be a good thing. Grass in. Just double check if I have it already. Grass. Let's just put it here. I don't know if it exactly belongs there in the list, but it works. Cache Helper NG is going to do something similar, I believe. Inload, Xbox, dispatch, pre-cache. Okay, so what this does is it modifies a pre-cache. So when in let's see here, in Skyrim in the vanilla game, it's gonna load your grass at 4, 8, 16. Technically it has 32, but I think that's only for the map. And then 0. Or none. Null value, I guess. So the way that works is if you're standing right here and you look around you in any 4 squares away from your character, then you'll see grass at the highest definition. If you look further out at 8 blocks away from your character, then you're going to see grass at a lower definition than the highest. If you look out at 16, up to 16 blocks away, greater than 8 and less than 16, less than 17, then you'll see grass at a very low definition. And then if you look, if you look out at 16 or further away, then grass is automatically what's called a billboard, or a 2D version of the same asset. So what pre-cache does is it allows your computer to store in the memory what the grass looks like at a higher definition before you get to the location. So you still get what's loading in front of you, but then over this hill, it's already loading that. That's a dynamic way. And then there's a more simple way where when you load up the game, before you even get into the game, it loads all the grass cache and then keeps that in a file somewhere. So that way it's at a higher definition no matter where you're going. Basically, what this does is it just allows more files and more types of files to load up, to load faster, and it also is going to set settings automatically so that the pre-cache generation runs smoother, if you will. So, Grass Cache Helper, highly recommend. Get that. This is let's see if I have recursive directory walk. Do I not have like other? I guess I don't have any other cache stuff right now. I'm just going to go ahead and put this. I wonder if there's a if there's the same kind of mods for trees. No grass and objects. Oh, dying to load. Right, of course. Yeah. That's where this is going to go. Last night I also came up with a couple ideas for mods. So I've got more mod ideas to share with y'all. I have quite a few of them, and I think what I'm going to do is come up with a series where I'll talk about each mod and how I think it would work, and kind of open it up like a forum if there's anybody who knows that, hey, what you're saying isn't going to work, or hey, that's a great idea, but I think this will work better, or hey, I can build that, then go ahead and go into the forum or into the comments section, right? And we'll treat it like a forum. And I will share my ideas for mods. And I think that you'll be pretty surprised. I have some good ideas. If they work. We'll see. Skyrim has a limited amount of animations that can happen at once. If you go over that limit, basically if you go over the limit, it can crash. So what this does is it removes the limit entirely, I believe. Oh, no. This is if you install too many animations. Yeah, then you may have issues with loading. What this does is it sorts those to make them run faster. Basically, I think. Hey, if I say anything that's wrong, then just tell me. Hold on just a sec, I'll read that comment. Again, easy to just put this here. Kept getting mod ideas that I just learned to make them. Like right now, I'm making Sky Island all around Skyrim, just like how you can explore and find ruins or dungeons. Same for Sky Islands now. Oh, nice. So you're making new Sky Islands, and ensuring that there are like actual dungeons on or in those islands. Is that what you're saying? My print screen is something that I fat finger sometimes. Yep. Sweet. I'd love to check that out. I don't do, for this particular mod list, I don't do, hold on one moment. Hey, stop that barking. Hey, Roxy, no. Those dogs. What was I saying? Right now, for this mod list, I don't have floating islands. I think they're very beautiful and really cool. I think that they can definitely belong in Skyrim. I don't know about lore-wise. I'm not saying that they're not lore-friendly, just that I don't know. But in this particular Skyrim, I'm limiting things to... How do I put this? I want it very realistic. It's obviously a fantasy game, but I don't want super phantasmal things in this game. That said, yep, there you go. There's magic, so it's okay for you. I mean, right? Because magic is kind of the explanation for everything, right? If there's no explanation, then magic is the explanation. the voice from Dragons or Sonic magic stuff from Dwemer. It just explains everything that's not explainable. Um, and I suppose I don't know if this is exactly magic, but like other power that comes from the gods, like werewolves and vampires and stuff. um, that said, I think it's really cool, and I think that floating islands are an underutilized thing. I think that you could make a whole Skyrim that has floating islands all over the place at different levels, and um, and the point of playing the game is to be able to get to all the islands. Like you can go all the way over on the other side of what I'm trying to do with Skyrim Max and say no, islands are essential to the game, and I think that'd be cool too. It's just different. Okay, Flick. Flick is a modern shared settings menu framework. I mean, here's the thing. I don't find the settings to be slow anyway. Um, for the UI, I don't have any problems with it. I guess I don't know how to put it. I guess I haven't really looked into Flick too much, but it adds capability to your UI, is what I'm reading here. Um, it allows you to do more in the UI if you're using a controller. Um, I guess it just makes it so that mods that you use for the UI can run together smoother, so that the UI interfaces work faster, and it allows more capability within the UIs. Flick is fine. I'm going to add it. I might add it. It just depends on how much like patching and stuff I might need to do. Flick is cool. I just use it since I use a controller. Right. So that's the other thing. The reason I think I'm going to add it, by the way, is I don't think that I would need it. I do like using a controller actually a lot. Like even when I'm playing with the PC. I don't need it, but I think that other people who will download Skyrim Max will need it. So let's just double check, see if I. Yeah, I don't. Oh, everything has UI. Norden. Let's go right here. It's a good place for this. So this will be good for other people who download this mod list. All right, now let's get into some mods that I think I'm pretty much past the mods that are going to add to your game's your game engine's capability. There's probably more out there. I just haven't checked them out yet, but those are some that I kind of wanted to review and add to the mod list. All right, let's do immersive interactions. So, yeah, it's more animations for the stuff that you do in the game. I think it also applies to the NPCs. So as they do certain interactions, it will trigger certain animations. Just double check. Okay, so I do have immersive interactions, world space additions. So this is for missives specifically. Just wonder if there's another procedural social interactions, first person interactions, sleeping. Let's put it right here. So if I'm going to use it, actually, here's what I need to do. Will work with my other mods. There, Roxy, be quiet. Goofy dogs. All right. Yes, probably. Right, and that's why I'm asking. There are places where overlap could matter. I'm thinking it's just going to end up overriding some of these, maybe. Probably not the idols, but maybe some social interactions. Paired animation improvements, TDMs, recents, improved. Will it work with question mark? Yeah, saying that you're modding Skyrim can mean so many things, especially as more capabilities are developed or ported over from other engines, and as things are as new mods come out, they're not. It could just mean you go to Nexus, you like something. You download it, you check it in your playlist, or in your mod list, and kind of make sure it's in the right place, and that it works with everything else, and then you play the game and it seems to work okay. It could mean that you're being really, really careful about patch debt and all this other stuff, and you have thousands of mods and things are starting to get complicated. It could mean that you're making mods. Yeah, it could mean all kinds of stuff. Procedural social interactions and immersive interactions work together. Caveat: occasionally try to animate the player at the same time. Oh, okay. So they do operate at different layers. I guess what I can do is I can just download this and then see if it works. It's very possible that we could try and get multiple animations playing at the same time on the same NPC, and we'll just have to see if this causes any issues. We don't know yet, and then maybe we'll have to create a patch or find a patch. It's sure going to be interesting. Next. Okay, the next two things, in-game patcher. So if you go to the creation content, the content creator, Is that what it's called? Oh, I still have synthesis going or trying to go. It's not working. If you go to the creation kit, you can pull up a, how do I put this? It's a window. I don't know what it's called, but it's a window where you can move things around that are in the game during certain sections of the quest line. And you can literally click them and drag them and rotate them and move them around. And what this allows you to do is the same thing, but while you're in the game. It has the same the coloration and, you know, these like exterior boxes around the objects and how the objects are linked together and things like that. And so it allows you to kind of do modding while you're in the game. It's something I'm downloading that I don't necessarily think needs to stay on my mod list for the dissemination of that mod list to others. But yeah, definitely something that I may end up using, especially as I'm just walking through the game and using the game. I might turn it on and go, oh yeah, because I see these two things kind of collide weird. Or this rock is, the texture on this rock is facing to the left when it should be facing up or something like that, right? So something else that I'm going to be adding to my mod list, not necessarily something that needs to go out for dissemination. Put that down here. Go in game modding. That's what I'm gonna. It's basically what I'm gonna look at this as. And then not necessary for final mod list. Yeah, I'll say dissemination. And then same thing with the next mod, object manipulation overhaul. A similar thing, but you get to grab things and just move them in free space and set them down. There might be a little bit more to it, but it makes it look a lot more simple than the last mod that I showed you. And it really is, you can grab anything in the game using this mod or this hotkey or whatever it is, because I haven't used it yet, and say, oh, this doesn't quite line up with that back wall, I'd like to rotate it a little, or I don't like it in the corner, I like it moved over, it looks better aesthetically, whatever. The wood pile here is leaning over the floor. No one would stack wood that way. I'm going to move it over a little bit. So object manipulation overhaul. Pretty cool. Okay. This is kind of also, I guess this goes back to the other mods I was looking at, and it improves on the game engine. It doesn't really matter how it works. Just know that it increases your frames per second, and you should download it, like, especially if you have a big mod list. And if you want to know how it works, look it up. Okay. Again, going to build on the capability of the original. I see there of the original of the vanilla engine. There can be conflicts of what ends up in a container, and this resolves them. There's more to it than that, but for now, just know that it does that. And when you have a big mod list, the more conflicts you may have, and the more resolution mods you may want. Okay, so we talked about Open Animation Replacer. We talked about AMR. We talked about DAR. Now let's talk about RaySense. Look, if you're not using RaySense, you're not right. If you mod the game and you're not using it, you need to use it. It blew my mind when I saw what it can do. Right now, there's not a lot of mods for it, so if you're a modder, please check out RaySense and start making mods for this, because it is kind of, I would say it's revolutionary when it comes to Skyrim. It's a big improvement on the game. So, long story short, the way that RaySense works is it is a conditional animation player. If you're good, don't worry about it. If you know what, here's the thing, I don't think you need to be an animation mod author, by the way. Animating has for a long time been its own career, and it's a very developed skill set that I think very talented people have. The cool thing about RaySense is you don't need to be an animator to make it work. So if you can get the rights to use someone else's animation mod, then you can use their animations in RaySense. That's what's freaking awesome about this. Because it says OAR on Open Animation Replacer, I believe it's based off of it, so the animations that you use will have to be built to work with Open Animation Replacer, or ported to work with Animation Replacer one way or another. Okay. So what RaySense does is it's conditional. So if you are near a wall and you stop moving, then your character will lean on the wall. If you are crossing a narrow object, such as the beam on the top of a roof, or a log over a river, then you will continue to walk, but then every once in a while it'll show a small animation like you're checking your balance. If you are sneaking and you are next to a wall, then the character will walk differently where the character's kind of like leaning up against the wall. So RaySense is incredible. It doesn't just play animations based off of an action that you take, but rather it takes into account other things that are happening in the game, or other things that you're near in the game. It takes into account those conditions, and then chooses the animation based off of those conditions. So Open Animation Replacer RaySense is going to be your base mod for this, and then I'll show you the other mods that have been created so far for RaySense. I'm going to go Open Animation Replacer, and I'm going to place actually, it'd be easier if I actually place it above Open Animation Replacer, just the way my list is designed right now. Okay. If I've made this as clear as mud, don't worry, it's going to get clearer. I'm going to skip that really quick. Okay, so here's the first one, Beam Walking Assist. the one of the mods that I talked about that works with ray sense. Are these GIFs? So note that you've got a log here. The player is walking along the log, and the character doesn't look like it's walking normally. It looks like it's walking. The player character is walking along something where you need to keep your balance by bending your knees and putting your arms out to the side. Here's an animation that's going to play every once in a while. It'll stop your character and kind of make it look like you're checking your balance or you're nearly falling. That kind of stuff. Beam walk assist. Really cool. Beam walking assist. Excuse me. Cover animation. Okay, this is the other one when I said if you are sneaking, then it plays a slightly different animation when you're walking next to the wall. I appreciate this, but I also dislike going through the whole video to find a particular thing that I'm looking for. So this is what it looks like, basically. If you're moving, your character kind of gets up and kind of turns its head, next to the rock and kind of leans toward the wall or the rock that you're walking next to while you're sneaking, as if you were trying to get to the end and peer over the edge. If you stop, then your character will bend down like this and wait for you to start moving again. Cover animation, really awesome. Especially for you stealth archers. Who am I talking about? We're all stealth archers. Everything is crab, everything is stealth archer. If you get it, you get it. Oh, jeez. What did I just do? Control Z. Actually, let's... Next one. Edge look down. If you walk up to the edge of a large rock or a cliff face, then your character will, and you stop moving, then your character will look down over the edge. This is first person. There's a third person one. That's actually the one that I must have meant to have clicked on. So let's type in edge look down. There you go. Third person version. Right? I didn't mention this works in third person and first person. Again, kind of stop at the edge and your character is going to just naturally automatically play this. And I believe if you start moving again, it'll interrupt it. And just go directly into the movement animation, the movement animation. I did not add the, okay, that's okay. Cover, down. My bad. Let me go back. Right, jumping over obstacles, kind of the same thing. If you are running, there's an obstacle, and you have this installed, then RaySense, I forget if you automatically, if you're running and you jump and there's an obstacle in front of you, instead of bouncing into it and kind of floating in the air, which is what vanilla basically does, you'll either flip over it or vault over it, kind of dependent on how large the object is. You may be able to turn the flipping part on or off. I'm not sure. If you can't, then I smooth I, or L smooth L, or the symbol above enter, smooth the symbol above enter. Then I recommend that you add that option in in the UI, in a what do you call it, a CMC. Yeah, please add that option if you haven't. That will be good, because some people don't like having flips and stuff in their game. I don't mind. I mean, flipping is a thing in real life, and if you're super athletic, badass dragonborn, then why not be able to flip around and do crazy sword stunts and stuff? That last animation, I'm not sure quite how well that works when you have sky parkour. So if you're using sky parkour, you may want to deconflict. I may want to deconflict because I will be running it. Same thing. Hang out next to a wall, and then your character will kind of play a wall leaning animation, or a set of wall leaning animations. So here's one of the animations that has nothing to do with the wall, and then he's going to turn around and lean up against the wall. Same thing. Good job, by the way. Whoa my god. Whoa my god. I'm just guessing that's where that's coming from. Good job putting good GIFs in here. I appreciate that. Much better than if you make an animation mod, please put GIFs in. Don't put flat pictures. It just doesn't make any sense for an animation mod. Yeah, I mean, I can see how GIFs can be tiny and pixelized. You want to upscale it for one thing, but for another, just don't put a static picture is what I'm saying. If you're going to make an animation mod and then you put static pictures of the animation, it's not really going to help us see the animation in movement. And then this one modifies it. If you have a female character, then leaning against the wall will be more feminine. A more feminine action, if you prefer. Unpoison blocking. If you block in vanilla Skyrim, but say you're fighting what we call the giant spiders. If you're fighting a giant spider, it'll still poison you, but it may not do the attack damage, but it can still poison you. If you don't want to be able to get poisoned while you're blocking, because hey, I blocked that, why am I getting poisoned? Then you can install this. I think that there should be a conditional unpoison blocking, or like a dynamic unpoison blocking, like dependent on the size of the animal, or dependent on the actual collision with the part of the animal that would poison you. You can create that mod. It does not exist yet, but I wanted to bring this up in case anybody wanted to make like an updated unpoison blocking, because we do have conditional blocking now, so you can apply conditional blocking to poison and fire damage and ice damage and other things as well. I would appreciate seeing someone build that. Distinguished drapery. The original drapery looks great in the game, but this just looks a little bit more like it belongs in Skyrim. A little less color, yet it's still absolutely gorgeous. And the particular drapes are going to match the location for the most part. Right? So you have choices of different drapery. Say if you're designing a mod, this goes really well with JK Skyrim. I do have a mod that gives visual effects to weapons when poisoned, but it's mostly for VR. I'd probably make it for normal. I would love to see that. Oh, by the way, if you have a mod author page, please drop a link in here in the chat. Or better yet, if you could drop it into the comments once this video is done, that would be great. Here's a few more examples of the drapes that you can find throughout Skyrim when you use this. Oh, this one, not quite like a drape, but a table runner. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I think it's definitely an upgrade to the vanilla, and I highly recommend it. Ouch. I don't think I have anything for drapes yet, so cloth. JK. Skyrim. What I'm doing is I'm placing it above JK Skyrim because it's going to look really good with JK Skyrim. His interior mod specifically. I love the clutter from JK Skyrim. It makes the world feel more alive. Some people don't like that, and I do. So now you know. This is, I think, a great mod. It's really cool. It's called Nordic Windhelm, and it really improves on the actual physical architecture of Windhelm. So note, this is the vanilla. This is the new version. New version, vanilla. New version, vanilla. Right? So it cleans up Windhelm a bit and adds extra filigree, if you will, to a lot of different parts of Windhelm. I think it's really amazing, and I'm not sure, but if you have a texture pack that applies to Windhelm specifically, then it may update. You may install this to change the architecture, and then install your texture pack to say make these beams red, or make the roof blue, or whatever else, or improve the stone texture to be parallax and work with an E and B or whatever else. Then those textures should work on the new architecture. So think of this as a mesh for Windhelm. Now, I'm not totally sure how this is going to work with my other Windhelm mods. Okay, I'm placing it here, and we will just see. We'll see how it works. I may do some deconfliction, dependent on what ChatGPT kind of can tell me about how these mods work or don't work together. But I will do that after or offline. Windhelm. I'm just writing this down. Deconflict Nordic. Okay, yeah. Aren't appearing when I paste them in your chat. Try this. Try and do it like that. If that makes sense. Just type the URL, but don't put the dot something. Put that afterward. I think that's a YouTube thing, not a me thing, by the way. So when you're in first person, you can you may not excuse me, you have your field of view. Just what you can see is what you can see. What this allows you to do is zoom, right? So it gives you this ability to zoom in and out and make your field of view in first person larger or smaller. So if you don't like being able to only see part of your sword and part of your hand, zoom out further and you can see more of your arm, your other hand, the tip of your sword, whatever. If there's any reason at all that you want to change the first person field of view, then you can use this. I'm going to do it because I want a larger field of view. It just makes it more immersive and less obtrusive. So field of view, and the preset, when you download my mod list, you'll automatically get the preset where you'll have more field of view, which is what I'm going to use this mod for. I'm not sure if I'm going to use this, by the way. In case you see that, the jellyfish remake. A few weapon expansions. I'm hesitant about most weapon expansions because a lot of them were built a while back and they kind of match the vanilla, just the vanilla aesthetic, but they really aren't the highest grade, but some of them really are. This is one of them. I think the models are really beautiful. I think they're pretty cool. You'll find these weapons on enemies throughout the game, and it expands the weapons. It doesn't replace them. Put it right here. There are a lot more weapon and armor and clothing mods that that's something that I add as I go along and I see stuff, but it's also something that I plan to do later on as I get further into the mod list and I start installing these. I'm going to go into the Nexus and potentially other places, and I'm going to find mods that work really well for my mod list, specifically for weapons and armor and clothing and other wearables. And I will improve the vanilla assets and add additional assets as I see fit. It's something that I will target later for sure. Already did that. Okay. Again, an expansion to Skyrim weaponry. These weapons fit pretty darn well with the vanilla weapons. Some of them are a little eccentric, but I think they still work within Skyrim. Yeah, you can request a mod for me to make. I'm not the. I actually don't even have a mod author page yet, but I do have some mods that are already included. They're more like add-ons to other mods, and I do have some full mods that I want to develop as well. So please go ahead and request whatever you want on here, and if I can't do it, then I'll put it into a forum or work with other people. I don't charge anything. I'm setting up a buy me a coffee. If you want to donate, then you can go ahead and do that. If this if this series grows and I get enough people watching it, and I think it's worth developing a Patreon or something, so that y'all can get something out of your requests, out of donations. I might set up merch or something else if that's something that it seems like people want. A lot of resources to learn how to make mods. Yep, that's another thing. I challenge you to get in and make mods as well if you can. If you don't think you have the time or you don't think you have the skill, I still challenge you. Just try it, and maybe you'll say, okay, well, I like this so much that I'm not going to do this other thing, this other hobby, and I'm going to work on creating things. Can you put a katana model over a dagger model? Now, I want to double check. Have you looked up to see if that already exists? And are you looking specifically for, so you can have a katana on your hip? Okay, there's another thing. So there's a mod right now that adds the quiver, that moves the quiver from your back to your hip. So you may be able to, if you can get the rights to that mod, or if I can or someone, then we can take that mod and use the same thing, but we're just going to have it reference the katana as opposed to the quiver. There's another mod that allows you to just move things. Hold on. What's the mod on my mod list that allows me to move my weapons to different areas on my character's body? Stored weapon locations slots. Close enough. I have 3 katanas on my back, quiver lower back, dagger left hip, and war axe on right hip. I want to craft a dagger and a war axe that look like katanas, so you can have 5 katanas on your person at once. That's cool. Do you have immersive equipment displays? And there are shorter. I'm pretty sure there's a mod that already has a dagger. What is a short katana called? So in Japan, there were 2 or 3 main katanas. A shorter one is often called a wakizashi, if you didn't know that. There you go. And tantos, right, would be like a knife that's shaped in the same way as a katana. That would probably be something in between a tanto and a wakizashi. This is a wakizashi, and this is, I forget what it's called, but the longer katana. So the question becomes, wakizashi Skyrim mod. So this wakizashi is not quite a dagger. I'd say that's still longer. It's in between. I would say that's still a katana. It's just a shorter katana. Let's see. Weapons of the Shogunate. There you go. What do you think of that or this? I have a Skyrim on my Xbox, right? So you need a mod that's going to work specifically on Xbox, is what you're saying. I'd also say check out how to port mods to Xbox. See if you can do that. I'm not saying that I won't do it. Just I'm trying to give you different options to get this done. This is pretty cool. If you want more katana-like weapons in the game, then I think this is really great. So sorry. Let me see. Doesn't use any body slots. Custom in-game user interface. So I think what you can do is you can set katanas to be a one-handed weapon. Then what you do is you put one katana in one hand, one katana in the other hand as your offhand weapon. Okay, and then you use this mod here, immersive equipment displays, to move that. Right, you can move that other katana onto your hip or anywhere on your body. In fact, you can probably display more than 5 katanas on your body if you wanted to. Tonto. Yeah, so you've got Mushroom Lord of the Shrooms. Letting you know as well that porting a mod over may not be so hard. That you might want to try that as well. But I'm going to go ahead and write that down. I'm going to call this the guest wish list. I didn't think about a name for this until now. Or the guest mod wish list. Okay. And katana for offhand that can go on hip where dagger is usually displayed. And then I'll put preference colon what do you say, Xbox? Or yeah, Xbox. All right, I have it on the list. I will see what I can do. If not, definitely try some porting. Try and using a katana on offhand. Maybe find. Let's see if there's a mod for one-handed. Make katanas one-handed. Skyrim. Okay, well they're already one-handed. I didn't know that. Right. So yeah, I mean this should do the trick. Immersive equipment displays. See if that exists for Xbox. If not, we'll see if we can port it over. You still have 2 on your back, right? Right. Do you have immersive equipment displays, by the way? Check right now. Okay. Where was I? Let's go back. I was talking about weapons. Okay, we've got that mod on the list. Zim's immersive artifacts. This powers up some underpowered artifact weapons and non-weapons, shields, etc. That this person finds it underwhelming, and considering how dangerous some of the stuff in my mod list is going to be, I have some rebalancing, but I think that making certain weapons more powerful is also something that I'd like to do. So I'm going to go ahead and use Zim's Immersive Artifacts. Am I... What's wrong with me? Oh my goodness. Do I not know how to spell balance? Maybe I just don't have mod with that name, that word in it. Unique artifact replacer. Let's see if this... just changes what it looks like. Yeah, this changes what it looks like. Okay, so this is going to change how some of these artifacts actually act in game. Immersive weapons. 5 million downloads. Well, at least 2.242 million downloads. Okay. Tons of endorsements. Weapons that really add to the game. Very lore friendly. There's a katana. I didn't know katanas were one-handed weapons in the game. That's very interesting. Like the blades, katanas. Because weapons, katanas are two-handed weapons. IRL. All right, let's see. Requires SKSC. Right. Yeah, the war axe part, that, if you want like an axe that then has like two little handles that come off of the top that hold on to two katana or two little katanas, then that's something that I don't think is going to exist already. It sounds like a really original idea, and it's something that I may try to make for you, or for the community. Right, I figured that you're actually going to use it, not just because you want it on the hip. Again, if you haven't taken a lot of time to do so, just keep looking for more mods that at least will at least give you a dagger that looks like a katana, even if it's not a full size one. And in the meantime, I'll see what I can do. Immersive weapons. What was I doing? Did I add that? Get distracted. So this looks really great. This is something I'm going to have to... I haven't sorted out all the animations that I want, but what I really like about this is it takes certain animation packs, and then it applies those animations to only specific groups of weapons. So check out Verolvi's animations all in one. Again, this is something that I need to review myself. It's going to take a little bit of time. I'll do that off camera. Put that there. All right. Let's move on to Silverleaf Dress. I think this is an absolutely gorgeous dress. It's not overly exposing, and I think it's a really nice add-on to the game. I think it's fairly lore-friendly, a little gothic in nature, but definitely has a lot of the kind of filigree that you might expect out of certain clothing that you would see, in Skyrim, and is obviously a way higher quality than what you might find in the vanilla game. So it's over here. You can play a female character. There's something. May be able to spin that as well onto upper class characters or something. Another set of dresses. Again, I think these are not overly exposing. I appreciate that someone isn't just over sexualizing women and their clothing in the game. And I think that this is beautiful without doing that. Pretty cool, and I think it fits into Skyrim. You find one, and oftentimes you'll find others. I found these because if you go to Nexus, they are under trending mods. Oh, one of those is inappropriate, and I'm going to close it. Inappropriate for YouTube. Carts. I have another mod for carts. I have multiple. This is one of those things. It's kind of like, what do you like more? There's a lot of mods for carts. I think this one's gorgeous. I think it looks really good. Very much fits in the vanilla aesthetic. It uses, like, this is a fence in vanilla that's it's just been made smaller and then put on top of a cart. Smart use of objects that already exist. So that looks really nice. Let's look at the El Sopa carts. I'd say you get some cloth texture, which is really nice, and they're, in some ways, they're a higher quality. There's definitely other cart mods as well. I don't know what I like the most. I think there's only a few different types of carts in the game, and that's why when a mod author comes out with a cart mod, some of what I do is reviewing mods. Some of it is, a lot of it is installing. As I find new mods that I like, I review them before putting them in the mod list, and determine whether or not they'll work with my mod list. And then I share them. I do that live so that I can share my reviewing process, so you can learn from that. But when I'm done reviewing, then I'm going to get to doing some more installation. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that very much. More importantly, if you like the video, you can give it a like. That's whatever. But what's important is if you think that this is going to help someone else, then go ahead and share it with them. Because really, I'm not doing this to monetize. I mean, that'd be nice if it gets monetized, but I'm not trying to monetize off of this. I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm just trying to have fun, but also share what I'm doing for other people to also be able to have this hobby and have fun doing this. Hopefully make it a little less frustrating for you as you watch me be frustrated going through the modding process. What I was saying, I don't think there's a lot of different carts in the game, and so you don't see, when you see a mod author create carts, you don't see like 20 different types, you see like 5 different types. So like same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just showing if they're different. 6. Yeah, these are all different. There's 7 different carts here. What we need is a base object swapper that doesn't replace all the carts with these, but just will replace some of the carts sometimes with whatever's in your mod, Mr. Frank Black. So 6 new variants. You'll see them randomly. Can be used with other hand card textures, and that's why I was saying use base object swapper, please, if you create a mod for carts or barrels or whatever else. That way we can still use other people's mods as well. Carts redone. So this, well, hold on. X-Men, no FPS. Clips in certain area. Are you super hot? What? That doesn't have any. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I can use both of these at the same time then. There may be some clipping with my carts in my game. We will see as we install and play. But let's use El Sopa to replace the vanilla carts. And then we'll use base object swapper along with hand carts to get random other carts to sometimes replace the El Sopa ones. Yep, exactly. I'm literally doing it for the love of the game. Like, literally, because it's a game. Can you make a craftable dagger? Yes, I know. You already asked that, and I kind of went over what I'm going to try to do. Yes, I do mod the game myself, and we will see what I can do for that. All right, a couple more engine expansions, and then we'll get into the next part of the actual modding. Localized combat damage. This is a big deal. Guys, check this out, guys and gals. So what this does is it says, depending on what you hit and whether, like, if you hit his neck as opposed to his arm, and depending on whether he has armor specifically on his neck or his arm and what kind of armor that is, then you're going to do different types and amounts of damage. Blunt damage, cutting damage, cut through it, don't cut through it, bleed more, bleed less. It can do all kinds of stuff. Now, I'm not saying that it's all of that is built into it yet, but it's something that can be built upon. So armor effectiveness, weapon balance, combat extent for deeper and more tactical fights. We're gonna go ahead and take that. And combat over what? What's going on? What's going on here? I thought I had a combat overhaul. Framework. That's probably about the best place to put this right now. So that will expand on your game's the combat portion of your game's engine. Prisma UI. I talked earlier about a mod that helps to bridge in some JSON support. This does a lot more, but similar. So, what was that mod that I was just talking about that bridges JSON support? I actually don't know if I brought it up in ChatGPT, but we'll see. Oh yeah, J containers. Okay, so J, let's do this. Control V versus J containers SE. I want to see if these work together or if they're complementary. Have you ported any of your mods to Xbox? I have not. In fact, I have not published any of my mods yet. So no, you do not have any of my mods. Not yet. Despite both mentioning JSON. Okay, great. So let's just say these are complementary. So we'll do this. We'll go J containers, and we're going to go and install that after, probably. And Control C, Control V, again, just extending on what the game engine is capable of, extending on that vanilla game engine. Right. So in the vanilla game, if you equipped or unequip certain weapons, they're just going to use the same equip and unequip animations, okay? Whether it's a katana or a scimitar or whatever we call that in Skyrim, or a great sword or a long sword or a broadsword or a dual axe or a great maul, etc., etc. Yeah, I can keep going, right? Staff, a spear, a halberd, double mace, any of those, right? So what this does is it it's a framework for other modders to come in and make animations that are specifically for an axe, specifically for a mace, specifically for a dagger, specifically for a certain type of dagger, etc. So XPM SSE extra animations is something that I'm sure that I will be using. I don't necessarily have any mods on my list that say, oh yeah, you need this in order to run my mod. But trust me, I will be finding them. Yeah, you're good. Come and go as you like. Let's see. I will say, I'm pretty sure that you need this in order to run this. You need maximum skeleton special extended before you can run extra animations. But let's double check. Yep, there it is. Project New Rain. I forget if I have that. Yep. Nemesis. Oh yeah, Nemesis. Of course I have that. All right. That is the walkthrough and review of all of the newer mods that I have found recently. Let's move forward and try and get synthesis running through Mod Organizer, because it wasn't working before. So not the only one. Actually. Nothing. Two of them say nothing. It's hot in this room. I'll be right back. Come here. Right now. Go in there. Go on. You can't stop barking. You're gonna. Hello, hello. Nick is back. I am also back. Okay. Now let's try to launch this. Come on, baby. Again, we're going to give this a minute. We just changed some settings. So it might be a initialization. First time initialization. Yeah. mean, I just had it launched. I can check again. I can tell when it's just saying, oh, well, now just try this. Now try that. And it's not actually looking up what the right thing is. Excuse me. What am I trying to do? Something that I've been trying to do since the last episode, which is there's a particular mod that I want to run, but I need this tool called Synthesis, which I guess it interjects script basically into Skyrim through Mod Manager. I guess it's the best way I could say it. And I'm just having a hard time getting it to run the way it's supposed to. Run synthesis outside of MO2. It may seem confusing, but if you watch, then you'll see that I explain as I go along. Or read along with me over here, because I may not say all this out loud. So right now, I'm running synthesis outside of MO2. Okay, MO2 handles all my mods and allows me to run tools that allow me to update, change mod, expand, etc. the game and its engine. SKSE is what I run the game through, not the original launcher that comes from your purchase for Skyrim. Okay, and that allows me to run script injections, so more mods being on PC, right? Explanation for those of you who are on Xbox, etc. On console. So, in the meantime, instead of running SKSE, I'm trying to run Synthesis. And the reason why is it allows me to inject this mod here. That's it. But just getting Synthesis to work right is its own task. So it's kind of like a side quest to get a special weapon. Sound good? He gets it. Cool. Enable MO2 mode. Okay. Let's see if that's in settings here. Woof. MO2 mode. Turns on protections and patterns to avoid build errors when running inside of MO2. Now that that's on, I'm going to close this. I'm going to go back to MO2. Mod Organizer 2, MO2. Okay. And I'm going to go down to Synthesis, which I was just in. I'm going to run it through the MO2 program. Let's see if this works. Oh, wait. I gotta check something really quick. Just get rid of that. Now try. Not working. Bear, be quiet. Dogs bark all the time because they're all anxious. They're on edge because ever since we moved in here, our neighbors bark at nothing. Our neighbors bark at nothing. That's funny. Our neighbors' dogs bark at nothing, and there's kids screaming and playing out front. And the dogs hear that, and they think they need to respond to whatever's going on outside, and they bark. It's very, very annoying. We're getting pretty sick of it. Pretty much ready to find another home. It's alright, you can stay clueless, I'll figure it out for you. They say ignorance is bliss. What about people say the word ignorant as if it's so negative? It just means you don't know something yet. It means you haven't been taught it or you haven't found out on your own. It doesn't mean you're dumb or unable to learn. I'm sure I'm ignorant about a bunch of stuff. That's why I'm doing this, because I'm learning. Anyway. Tools, synthesis. Let's go back over here. No. Did I crash out there? It was my bad. You're good. You didn't say anything wrong. I just I'm a stickler for what words mean. And when people use new definitions of things because they don't understand that there's another word for something, that there's another word that actually explains what their new definition is, etc. It's just like if we all spoke the same language, which we're trying to do here, then maybe we would understand each other a little better. Communication, people. Group, repository. Let's go to this. Let's see. That all seems fine. Back to the settings. I have that on. Let's pull this up. a little confused. Still, the way this is written, it could mean a couple different things. I'm going to try deleting this. Okay. Then I'm going to close this. Then I'm going to go to MO2. I'm going to try and run this. Oh, there's a log. Okay. My name's Ty, but you can call me Alaska, that's fine. Calm. Oh, sometimes not so much, but you gotta have some patience to be able to do things like this. I think we all have the patience. It's just a matter of whether or not we execute that patience. Let's try and let's see if I can remove this. Actually, don't know how to remove these. Delete? No. Minus. Hey, there we go. Okay, let's add from file. Now that I have the MO2 version turned on, I'll try and run this. Or add this, rather. Okay. Let's do okay. Now let's try and run it. Okay. That may not be it either. Synthesis is still not opening from MO2. This is brutal. I may be acting calm, but inside I'm like, what the hell? I'm following all the instructions. ChatGPT didn't get anything wrong according to what I read on the Synthesis website. Yeah. Yeah, I just read that. I don't need to confirm that. I already told you when I installed it that that's the version that I'm on. Here. I don't need to confirm that I'm on Synthesis version 0.36.6.0 because I already told you that that's the version that I was on when I showed you in a screenshot and then downloaded it. I can open Synthesis outside of MO2. I have already enabled MO2 mode. And I even deleted all the patches, so there's nothing in my Synthesis right now, and MO2 mode is on. Then I go into Mod Organizer. I even got rid of Synthesis and then added it in again in my exe dropdown as to refresh it entirely with the MO2 mode on, and it's still not opening. It's still not launching. It just shows the loading screen. I hear you there. I haven't modded in a long time, really. I'm restarting my modding quest, if you will. I'm up to 228 mods, and I'm really glad I went with MO2. The more I use it, the more I learn that it can do more and more things. me try and rebuild. What is this next exclamation? Blocking error. Understand this one. Oh, well, just there are no patchers. It could be it's not running because there's no patchers in here. I have MO2 mode on, so now let's try and add ENB for water. Now that I've deleted it in MO2 mode, it's going. Is that something I can click on? Oh, it just brings me to this. Okay. It says it's ready. So now I should be able to close this and run synthesis on MO2. Supposedly. Well, I mean, that is a workaround. It's just downgrade synthesis. I mean, I can try that. Might as well. Let's, then in that case, let's get rid of version 3.3 or 3.6.3, is that? Whatever it is. Why is it here? It should not be here. Synthesis minus apply. Okay. There, now it's gone. Oops. So, miniaturize. Go over here. I'm gonna open this. Because we're not going to be using this version anymore, just in case, I'm just going to remove this from here so I don't cause any weird confliction between this version and the older version that I'm going to download. In fact, I'm going to delete this. I'll just keep the zip for this version. I'm going to call it 363. Yeah, 0.36.3. Okay, and then I'm going to download the older version, which I need the repository. I think it's that one. Don't mind my little shortcut. Oh, I don't need the shortcut. Get it right here. Okay. No. I'm not I'm not a big GitHub person. I'm not quite sure where to go on here. releases. We want 3, 4.0, 6. Just going back through the different releases here. Double check. Right? Yeah, I agree. GitHub could be arranged in a way that makes a little bit more sense for sure. Even coming from a person like myself who uses GitHub, not a lot, but for my own websites, I use GitHub, but only as little as possible. Let's just put it that way. Yep. Okay. So this one is probably the synthesis that we want to use. Version 0.35.0. Okay. Go ahead and open that up. What did I just do? Where did I just download that? Mod tools. Not here. And put it here. I don't know where I just downloaded that. In the file location. Oh, installers. Okay. Yeah, I don't need that in installers. All right, we're going to extract this. Let this load up for a second. There it is. Just give it a few more seconds to make sure it's all loaded in here. Okay. I'm going to run the exe. More info, run anyway. Mod Skyrim, special edition. Let's go to the settings. Advanced. Right, no MO2 mode because this one supposedly already works with MO2. Go to the repository. Water. Nothing. Okay. Input HTTPS for water for ENB. I think it'll know what I'm saying. Yep, that's it. Confirm. There it is. Locking error. No! uh, I'm about to give up on this. May not really be worth it. I may see if there's an alternative to water for E&D. Water seems fix, rather. And I saw this. Try asking Gemini, which is Gemini. Is Gemini the Google version? Yeah, Google Gemini, right? I use Chrome, and I do use the AI mode. Yeah. Patrick project selected. Check for. Project. Oh, okay. It's not automatic. Not compatible. Yep. I was afraid that if I downgraded synthesis that it may give me this error. There. Alternative. Water seam fix mod. Watch, I didn't have to go through all this, and there's an alternative water seam fix mod that I didn't think about finding until now. Oh boy. You're a dog. Look at that. Wait, no, still loading. Hold on. That's cool. I gotta go check on my dogs. I'll be right back. Roxy, why are you barking? Crazy dog is crazy. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Here, finally. Set it to match. Looks like it's working. Add synthesis to MO2. We're just adding this older version this time. Tools, synthesis, this version. There, exe. Okay. Down to synthesis. Let's try and run that. I was thinking we were one step closer. Past. P-A-S-T. Oh, you're killing me. Why even release a new version if it's not compatible with MO2? It's like, obviously people use MO2. Like, most people. Well, let's just keep going. Just keep trying. If one thing doesn't work, we gotta try the next thing, right? Extract all. Extract. Give it just a second. Open. Run anyway. Yeah, the thing is, I would need to know about Oblivion mods in order to do this, and I don't. So that's going to be a whole other thing to get into. I'm not sure if I want to get into it quite yet. We'll see. But that'll really help with porting Oblivion mods basically to Skyrim. I mean, it's you won't have to port them. Is the point, I guess. What am I doing? What is going on here? Did synthesis run? I don't know what happened. Let's try and run it again. There it is. Alright, supposedly this version definitely works with MO2, but we'll see. Nope, I think it just crashed. Hello, Huffy Puffy. It's not that I don't want to use synthesis. It's that I'm having way too many issues with it to justify using it. And I'm getting rid of it from my from my exes on here. What I'm gonna do for now, over here. No, be quiet. Oh my god, this dog is doing fucking nuts. I'm gonna delete the folder and just keep the zipped folder that I downloaded. And I'll be right back because I have to deal with this dog that's driving me nuts. Roxy. All right. I'm back. Had to put her bark color on. Don't worry, it's not shocking her. It just beeps and vibrates. I have to open up SSE edit to get this mod working. Working. That is. There it is. Edit scripts. That one. So, copy it into here. to go run SSE edit. It's not select or run anything. Once it opens, it shows the plugin window. Tell me the next step. Next. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, select all. There. Why would you come in here and huff and puff? We go in that room over there. It's nice and cool. Oh, big boy. Good job, big boy. Good job, big boy. Oh, you lie down. Give you that pillow. It's okay. Now, just give you that pillow. There you go. Just letting this load up. Huff and puff. That's what he does. Sure. Oh. That's really annoying. Stupid thing. Now I have to restart. It's not the left panel, you stupid thing. Yeah, I don't think you know what you're talking about. I'm going to show you which screen I'm on, and then you tell me what to do. Make sure you actually look it up. Don't screw this up. Get out. Get out. Go. Go. Get out. You two, get out. I know you're upset. Go. Go on. Huffing and puffing. I've told ChatGPT, look, this is called module selection. The module selection window. Call it that from now on. You select all. There's no select all. Dumb thing. Okay. That's what it said to do before, but it didn't. Yeah. He's just using the wrong terminology. Eating my Reese's peanut butter cup. If my wife is watching, she'll tell me to stop. Don't worry, hon. You know I don't really love these like I used to, so I'm sure you're gonna end up eating most of them. Where's my effing mouse? There it is. You told me earlier that I was not patient. What's the word you used? Whatever. Calm or patient or whatever you said. And I said, not always. I'm starting to lose my patience. Yeah, at this point, just through YouTube. I'd make sure the thumbnail and the title, made it clear that I was actually building the mod that you're asking for. So you would know. What do I mean, or what does he mean? I mean that if I were building your mod, I'd make a video of it, and I would make sure the thumbnail and the title of the video on YouTube showed that I was building your mod. I should actually watch a video on like what the point of edit is and how to use it, and then I probably wouldn't have to be going through this. But for now, it's fine. All right, Skyrim. Update Dawnguard, Earthfire, Dragonborn, unofficial patch. Good to know. Anywhere in the selected plugins, apply script, and then am I missing something here? Oh, right there. Apply script, then select that one. And click OK. Brutal. Yeah, I know. I've had to run to Xedit quite a few times, and if there's not enough tutorials, then maybe we need to make some tutorials. Oh my god. Why didn't you tell me this before? Alright, where's the file go? Ah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's not always able to think ahead, but sometimes when you give it commands like, next time, tell me before we get this far, the next time it will try to look up any additional files I may need to download before running Xedit. If it's able to log that command as possible. Actually even possible. It's file named. Put it here. That's what I thought. D tools. Edit scripts, right? Yeah. MTE functions pass new. MTE functions. Okay, I gotta open this file. Actually, Control V. File, save as. And then instead of .text, we're going to say .pas. And we're going to close this. And then we're going to get rid of the .text. And Control F, MTE. And why does it say .text? I know why. All files .pos. rid of that. Any day now. I don't know why. M T functions pause. Where's the other one? Okay, that's the other one. Close that, cancel. Okay. Start this over. Run. Okay. Hopefully this is the last thing we have to do to get this to actually work. Then we can move on to the next mod. Finally. Only took a couple days. Okay. Okay. Control A. Deselect those and that. Just make sure that's right. Right click, apply script. That one. Let's just make sure. Okay. It's going! Woo! Oh man. I am worn out. If it wasn't 1,000 degrees in this room, I'd also feel better. Script is done. Do this. Control C. Control V. Go. Close it normally. Close. Save change files. Okay. Overwrite. Okay, I wasn't very clear. In the overwrite file, there are now SSE edit backups and cache, and I need to know what to do with them. Should I make an SSE edit generated output? How often do I stream? When I make time for it. Again, this is my own thing. I'm just sharing for others, but I'm not actually like a YouTuber or someone who's streaming for like on a schedule to get other people to subscribe or know that, oh, he's coming out with a video this Wednesday and I want to watch it. It's not really for that. It's for me. I'm just being nice enough to share, if you will. Yeah, it doesn't matter what game you play with the overlords, they'll change the rules of the game. Just call it that. Sounds good. We can create a mod. We're going to call it that. Keep that enabled. We're going to go ahead and stack that above PG Patcher. Actually, should I merge them or overwrite? Send to rename that didn't work. All right, I'll do it this way. This and move it into this. Replace it. No! Hold up. Control Z. Oh my goodness. Stop. Okay, that would merge it. This is what I wanted here. I think that should work. Now this should be empty. Not gonna go that way. Yes, checking. Which means I can remove this. Oh my goodness. And backups. Just double checking. My brain isn't faltering. Backups. Oh, come on. There. Let's try and run the game. Make sure that everything is working. It's working slowly. Oh, my computer's on fire. It is not liking the warmth in this room. All right, y'all, pray for me. Yeah, I can't have an AC in here because all of my snakes are in here. Let's see. Yeah, I bet it does get sweaty in DR. I forgot I have not gone through the reshade tutorial yet. I will do that. Again, I might do that. I think I told you guys last time. You people, you men and women, that I will go over the reshade thing offline. Ooh, dark. Oh yeah. Working alright. Not very bright out, so I would expect the valley to be very dark down here. Makes sense. Ooh. Readjust my chair. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tab. Look at those mountains. Woo! Getting brighter. With the water. Ooh. See this right here? Definitely a like a height resolution issue. Or something. I don't know. Rapids don't make any sense right there. Oh wait. I'm missing assets. Wait, should there be rocks right there? No. It's just weird rapids foam. It looks pretty good. I mean, the water looks incredible. The foam, not as much, but I have another mod that's going to be resolving that, so... We're really here to check out the water. TMD waterfalls. Let me write that down. I'll check it next to what I have selected. TMD waterfalls. Since we're working on water, I could do that next. With the waterfall stuff. Was this always here? The rapids right here on the bridge? TMD Epic Waterfalls. Got it. Epic. It's kind of hard to see when there's a lot of snow. Oh, the rocks look great. Floating fish. It almost looks like the fish is floating. Because the water is so clear. Alright. move a little faster here. We got some weird mist thing going on here. I guess that's possible. If you've seen the water wheel, what is it? The water wheel waterfalls in Yosemite. It's technically possible. That looks more like a steam being released from dwarven automaton or something. All right, water looks good in the fog. Wow, I don't even have a weather mod really installed yet. I have a Nat3 Weathers plugin, which might be causing some additional weather stuff going on. Okay, well, hey, the water looks pretty good. Let me see if I can... I don't know if that's a... No, it's not. Yeah, I don't know how to actually get to those locations. Anyway, everything seems to be working okay, so I'm alright with where we are right now. Let's check out the waterfall mod you just mentioned. I've got natural waterfalls. Actually, back up. Oh, wait. Oh, you know what? I remember this. I remember this mod. That does look really, really good. Wow. Do I not have... I feel like maybe that should be on my list. It's not. It's so good. Way better than this. Here. I had to rewrite this whole list at one point. It's very possible that TMD Waterfalls didn't make it back onto my list, even though it probably should have. Here's natural waterfalls. I like this. It gives a good, like, splattery effect. Definitely not as foamy as the other one. I wonder if they can work together. Let's see if these conflict. Because natural waterfalls also changes where rapids are. Look at that. There's a patch. With static, it doesn't really tell me too much. I'm going to try and run both of them. And I'm going to try and do it now. I'm not sure I have these right now. It's time to get Dynaload. The alpha. What that said? Semi-required. See, this is something that has always bothered me. If you know, then you know that Skyrim's rivers or water sources, they don't come from anywhere except for like just springs blowing out of mountains, and it's not super realistic. So, while I live in Alaska, I've seen springs that are literally like just jetting out of the mountain. That's not where all water comes from. So. Water towers of Skyrim. Oh, so it makes sense where water comes from, like, for villages and stuff. Okay. I can see that. I'm gonna back burner this right now, but I will write it down. I'm not sure if I want it. It feels very minor, like 1949 minor camp to me. 1849 minor camp. But I like that it solves a logic issue in game. I'm tired. Just tell me. I'm kind of tired right now. Can you just tell me what to do a step at a time? Do this, download that, click this. Alpha 59. Cool. Oh, right. We were working on lighting, weren't we? That's all right. We'll jump back into lighting after this. Yes. I was wondering I was wondering what mod did that. What? Hmm. Oh, mountain lava. Okay. Right, because I hadn't chosen what to use for that yet. Adds a holy cow to worship? Oh my blasphemy. Oh my exodus. That blows my mind. When the people saw that Moses was gone so long and coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said, "Come, make us gods who will go before us." They thought Moses wasn't coming back. Is what they're saying. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him. He said, "Take off your golden earrings and all your gold and melt it down," and then they made it into a calf. Probably because food was the thing that was on their mind since they were traveling outside of Egypt through what is essentially a desert, definitely a wilderness. And when Aaron saw this, he built an altar in front of the calf and announced, "Tomorrow there will be a festival to the Lord," but not to the Lord, but to the calf. So anyway, it's just creating a cow to worship is. That's hilarious if you know the story, if you read the Bible. I don't think I need a cow to worship in the game. There's probably something more to that than just worshiping a cow. It's probably something funny, but yeah. Or India. You can point to India. India, I don't know if they worship cows so much as they just find them as beings that have been placed that are holy. I don't know. Oh, I think Download should go after PG Patcher. Okay. Blah blah blah. Send me a screen to you exactly what to click. No, you won't. Don't worry about it. I figured out the faux mod. What's next? Protected? Yeah, they're protected, but it's because of something to do with holiness. Yeah, I'm going to use all of that. Rudy? Okay. I believe that. Rudy makes great stuff. Ash storms and glowing embers and scientists of Skyrim. Bring it all together. Sounds good. No worries. I will be going over the plume and all that. And I have some Solstheim mods in here for sure. Let's not get too distracted. Is it though? Alpha 209. No, currently it's Alpha 209, not Alpha 208. I think mods are a distraction in the first place, right? Because you're not playing the game, you're modding. You're playing your own game, which is the game of modding. If you don't know, Dynaload heavily improves and makes more efficient the ability for the game's engine to load distant objects. That's the simplest way of putting it. It does a lot more, or it can be explained in a much more complicated manner, rather. Mm-hmm. 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 Get these waterfalls going, and then we can get back to lighting. But to do that, we need Dynaload. So, go ahead and add Dynaload. Next. Oh, say next. Next. What is causing this? Being annoying. Go away. I don't hear the kids screaming outside. I'm gonna open up this window. Man, it's gotta be. Well, I don't know. In the 80s in this room. Nope. They're out there screaming. Damn kids. Every day. Yep. That's fine. Pretty cool and off in here though. I'll put up with the screaming for a little while. 2x cables, edit. Oh, text gen, right. What that is. $230 mods, y'all. Only 10 times as many to go. Alright, TextGen is running. Oh, this looks like SSE edit. Oh. See, finished everything when it's done. Remember, I talked about 4, 8, 16, 32 billboard. Well, 4, 8, 16, 0, and 16 is billboard. I don't want to go through all this. Let's ask ChatGPT. Dark mode and that's it. There's no judgment here. You don't have to write LOL at the end of everything you put in. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I like dark mode. I use it in a lot of stuff. I was using it for everything Microsoft as well, but it actually didn't work out so well when I was trying to change colors and stuff. For font, it was just confusing me because I knew that like the font needed to be black, but then because the background is dark, I kept choosing white and then it would disappear. What am I doing? Change the output path. Change out the path. Just select. I don't think I can do that. Yeah, I can't. But I can make a path. Mod tools. What am I doing? No, it's all good. You can also put it in or don't put it in. It's fine. I'm just saying we're not. There's no judgment here. Just letting you know that because there's no judgment, you don't have to if you don't want to. Next step, leave and render check. For now, also leave the 256 base, texture and automatically adjusted those based off your game resolution. And then it was just documentation says there's often no visual benefit to increasing them beyond. Do not click start yet. Next, we need to decide the billboard settings for Skyrim Max. Okay. Decide. Where do we want the billboards? How far away do we want that? Stitched object load. Oh, those dogs fighting outside, barking outside. It's making my dogs bark. Try with that. Stitched object load textures 256. Eh? Oh, here. Okay, yeah, rendered. Check. Units per pixel. Select 8. Alright. Texture size minimum. And just wait until I actually put in tree mods. Tree and grass mods. It's gonna be mind blowing. Isn't there grass billboards or something now from what I heard? Nope, the AI I'm using is ChatGPT. And I'll show you why it looks the way it does in a moment. As for grass billboards, I mean, I thought they're all, yeah, there always was. There's tree and grass billboards. So typically at 16 blocks away, instead of seeing a 3D version of the grass, you see a 2D version. Depending on if you're using Dynaload or another dynamic loader, or if you've modded the game yourself directly. Where was I? Texture minimum 32, texture maximum 1024, grass unchecked, HD grass unchecked, tree checked, leave 135.55, HD tree check it, 135.55 0, rendered 5150 0. Okay, so like that. Any changes to diffusion? Let's see what it thinks. All right. So the reason my AI may look the way that it does Number one in my settings, personalization. Somewhere in here, I have a dark mode on. General appearance, dark mode. Okay, my system's set to dark mode, so is ChatGPT because it's based off of whatever my system is. So for one, it looks darker. And for number two, if you go over here to these three dots and you scroll down to cast, save, and share, then you can... Wait, is that right? Maybe not. Am I missing something? Hold on. No. Am I just missing it? I must be missing what I'm looking for. Print. Extensions. Hold on. Let me relaunch this. I think it's just not showing it because I need to. There's a new version of Chrome. There's a new freaking version of Chrome like every day. It's so annoying. Try again. Is it this? No, it's not that. What am I missing? Hold on, I'm trying to show you. Oh, because I already have it at... Okay, hold on. Let me do... Here's one I don't have. So this is my own website, but you can do this with just about any website. Install page as app, right there. That's why it didn't show up because I've already done that with ChatGPT. But if you install page as app, you can name it whatever you want the application to be, and then... Oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Please tell me this is still going. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Pop out chat. This all disappeared because I updated Chrome, so sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so that's why my AI looks a little bit different. It's literally, I've downloaded ChatGPT as a program using Chrome's like application creator, right? So it's three dots, cast, save, and share, and then it would be save as app. Okay, sorry. Back to what I was doing. Have a web page as an app. I did it. Yep. Same, different same. Next. Check log first. The log shows no errors. Let's find out. I don't think there are any because it would be right down here. It says successful. But I'll have it read through just in case. Exit and install. Text gen. Says to exit text gen, but okay, yeah, exit. Great. So we're going to move this into a new mod. So the way we do that, we go over here to MO2, right click over here, and now underneath that, create an empty mod. We're going to call it dyn load. Hold on. Dyn load. I think that's right. Load. And I'm going to call it text gen, specifically the output for text gen. Okay. Right click this, open an Explorer, and I'm going to go ahead and move these textures over. Actually, well, yeah. I was going to say, actually, I should have copied and pasted them, but I don't need two of the, well, whatever. Yes, just yes. Fine, just leave it. That's not what I want. Just show me. Okay, it's in there. And say next. Oh, there. Now it's working. Okay. I was kind of wondering why it was grayed out, but it's just taking a minute to load up. Next. Let me guess. We're running this. Yep. Ouch. Run. So I'll tell you, the last time I tried to run dyn load was many years ago, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I ruined my game. So don't do this if you don't know what you're doing, or you're not following some kind of walkthrough. You're not following what I'm doing or what someone else is doing. My recommendation is then just be really careful. Many Skyrims died during those years. That's why you wrote that. Executables, edit, create a new executable. Create a new executable. And click next. Nexter. Alright, give me just a second. When I said I was going to get water earlier, I actually got a soda, and so now I really need some water. In the meantime, I'll leave you with screaming and crying children outside. Hello. And I'm back. Alright, so I haven't said too much in a little while. We're, quote, cleaning some files. I don't really even know what that means, but we're cleaning some stuff up so that we can run Dynalo. Long story short. Why? Because Time to Load said so. I agree. You know what? Honestly, it is really daunting. And it could blow up my Skyrim after installing 250 mods. I don't know. But if I gotta do it, I gotta do it. That's the only way to get to my goal. Sometimes you gotta do daunting stuff to get to your goal. It's scary to do something that you think might waste all the time and effort you put into something else, but sometimes, you know, you have to take a larger, what do they say? Risk. Larger risk to get the bigger reward. Just checking on the snakes. Oh. And now the snake's gonna be upset with me. Sorry. Some water, some moisture to your soil. Ooh, still running. Alright. Just let it go. Alright, please excuse me. Look at some water from the snakes. it's done. Give me a second here, fellas. Fellas and ladies and people. I'm just going to add some water here to the soil of these enclosures. Okay, there we go. And back to the work. Okay. Dang, I close the whole thing and open it again. Alright. If I click close, it's going to save anyway, but... Oh. Already saved. Dude, I want a monitor so bad. Oh no, wait, maybe it's not. Wow. Never mind. No. Okay. Alright. Let this one run. Oh, I needed to get mice for the snakes today. Not like anything's gonna change if I feed them tomorrow instead of today. Yeah, I want one of these. Freaking incredible. I think underground reptiles typically is a good place to get blue monitors. Hasn't been sexed. Probably they just don't even do it. What you get is what you get. All right, running the last one, the last cleanup, and then I think we can run down the load. Isn't that right, Bear? Isn't that right, Roxy? Good dogs. Oh, good dogs. Bear, don't push. Don't push. Roxy, don't lick my mouse, you weirdo. Okay, let's go. Okay, bye. Yeah, the cool thing about monitors is they're like having a dog, right? All right. Be quiet. Did I make that? Quiet. Yeah, you know you can't bark loud because that thing will beep at you and buzz on your neck. Get out of here! Get off of me! Go on! Corgis, man, they're crazy. Alright. Oh. I did not read that. That's cool. do some advanced settings and dying to load. Little honeybee, that is my wife. In case you're like, huh? What? What's going on? High in the top right. Level 32. Nice. Okay. Sure, giving me one little step at a time, huh? Nope. Oops, wrong way. This morning is no errors so far. That matters. Well, not a year of file naming conventions. Interesting. Hey, Rudy. Your mods does not adhere to file naming conventions for meshes. What are you guys doing? Did you get fed this morning? Oh, my sister tried to call. Processing. I don't know what this is, but I'll take a look later. You guys are nuts. You guys are nuts. You want so much attention, why don't you just get it from each other? Give each other some Give each other some oh, crazy. Crazy. Mom's coming. Oh my god, Mom's coming. Oh yeah, I wouldn't do that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Mamas. Mamas. Goodbye. What bark are you? Still loading. Yeah, that's not good. Why didn't it tell me that before? Why didn't Dynaload tell me this before? Alright. Guess I gotta exit Dynaload. Is Acrotray EXE. Yeah. Seems that way, huh? Annoying. This? Because Acrobat licensing. Why? Oh, I didn't mean to run this. Looks like everything's still this way. Click that again. Save this preset. Well, I guess I don't need to because it saves it anyway. Alright, let's run Dying to Load again. That earthquake in Colombia was nuts. It's not a good place to have a 7.4. I mean, no place is good, but that's especially not. Not that I'm going to go any further into this, but it looks like Iran's trying to assassinate our president. Sounds like Iran just found a lot of oil. Yeah, starting all over again. Oh well. Hey, thanks a lot, buddy. I really appreciate your comment. Yeah, I mean, like I said, why would I do this alone when I can share with the community? And I really hope that it does help you out. And if you think that this is helpful, and you think there's anyone else in particular that might want to watch this, then please share it with them. Not because I'm trying to grow how many people are reaching me, but because I'm trying to grow how many people I'm reaching. How many people I'm able to help. Anyway, thanks, and if you're signing out, then have a good one. Hey, stop barking. Wife is on. I'm going to step away from the computer for a minute.
Nah. Just give him some water. Good dog. You are a loud, huffy puppy dog. Mama, we were so bored. Dad didn't pay any attention to us. He just told us to go away. I'm so sad. You're right. You are never a sad dog. I've seen you sad one day and you are. What do you want for dinner? Well, why don't you look at why don't you look at the top shelf, look on the right side of the top shelf in the refrigerator. And then if you start up some coals, then maybe I'll cook some food. Okay. Okay, appreciate it. Right, we're getting a little closer to where we were before. Yeah, dying to load could take a little while, for sure, to run. I mean, especially when you get a longer mod list, too. I might not get around to the waterfalls today. I might run dying to load, go up to the top of the mountain and look around. Oh! Killer. Yup. Oh, man. That kills me. It kills me deep down inside. I think I'm going to go ahead and resolve the dying to load stuff. Let me turn this down. I'm going to resolve the dying to load stuff, and then I'll do that off stream, and then I'll come back to streaming. Not necessarily today, but that way you don't have to see me just closing dying to load, cleaning a file, opening dying to load, waiting, closing it, starting over and over again. So anyway, hey, thanks for joining, and I appreciate y'all's comments and input and questions and concerns. And if you have anything else to say, please go ahead and write it in the comments once the chat is closed. And if you think that this video is good for anyone else, please share it with them. And I look forward to the next time that I get to Mod Skyrim with you. All right, thanks. Bye.